Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers worldwide watching us on various platforms. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being our very dedicated, very valued community members. Thank you for being here with us almost every day of any week and for supporting our charitable fundraisers as well as everything else that we do here on the channel. So how's everyone today? I can see Gail's there already. Hello Gail, how are you doing? Good to see you. We've not seen you for a few days. You've been away. I think I know where you were. You went to get a kitten, right? You went to Chicago to get kitten. I remember you saying that this is what the activity was going to be sometime in August. So that's probably what happened. That's probably why you were not here in the last couple of days. We had actually a few other people absent as well who weren't able to come, but there was a lot of activity. We had plenty of Sievers and we had quite a few Prison of Elders sessions. We yesterday completed Nightfall in a record time, I think. It was less than 15 minutes. And on the day before, the Nightfall turned out to be a lot more difficult for us. And I think they've probably done something to the ads. Yesterday it was easier to get rid of all the ads at the satellite. So I'm not sure. Anyway, 2 Nightfalls in a row, yesterday and the day before. And they were both very enjoyable. Yet the one on Tuesday was indeed very testing. But, you know, we all had fun. Gail says, I'm good. Well, that's fantastic. Great. Well, I'm all right too. And Gail says, yeah, we were looking and doing a ton of research and we're getting the kitten this weekend. Well, sometimes getting, to the right seller is quite tricky and it will take a bit of time to find, really, be it online or just face-to-face elsewhere. I know the difficulty is sometimes very, very great because A, you want to be getting a kitten that is from a good home and you want to know that this is like a proper breed and, there are lots of things one needs to double check. I had 4 cats at one time. I had initially just one, which was given to me as a birthday present. Her name was Victoria, or Vicky as we called her, named it was based on our Queen Victoria, the one of the greatest monarchs that Britain ever had. And then in no time she was having 4 kittens, and in the meantime adopted 1 cat, which was a beautiful homely cat, but just left behind by people who kind of relocated. So initially had 1 cat, then 2, then 6, and then from 6 we had to give 2 away, but the other 2 were too cute, and we were not. We just didn't have heart to give them away, so they stayed with us. So 4 cats at once, and they were there with us for more than 10 years. Shorty, who was more than 20, just passed away suddenly, and we never knew where he went to depart. And then the other 2 cats died of illnesses. My cat Minnie, who actually was always like a kitten, she never really grew big. She was tiny. She had some sort of genetic ailment of some sort. And she developed severe cancers, and we had to pay a lot of money for the treatment and everything. But unfortunately, we couldn't save her. Eventually, she just passed away, and sadly, she was in a lot of pain, which is what we knew at the time. And my heart was broken really when that happened. And the other cat, Tomcat, the big one, Tom, he was completely black. He passed away at the age of about 12 or 13 or so. Yeah, Vicky lived, I think, to be about 17 or 18 or so. I departed from the property where we lived, so I'm not exactly sure. I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact year, but well, two of them were very old cats, and the other two sadly passed away quite early. So, and Gail's asking, how are you? Yeah, I'm very good. I'm very good. I've had some really good sessions here, live online, with our friends and our community. And I'm also preparing, some additions to the content. I'm sort of working on several things. One is a podcast, which would be a regular, somewhat shorter type of activity on other platforms, not on Twitch. So I have Spreaker that will be providing me with the access, like I have Tiltify for my charitable fundraising, and then Spreaker distributes the podcast to a variety of different platforms, about 20 different ones. They include Spotify and Google Podcasts, and etc., etc. So I just have to work out the actual strategy and the actual, the ideas about the content. Originally, I thought the podcast would be all linked with the news, but then maybe some of the sessions will need to be theme-based. We can debate, things like Starfield or acquisition of Microsoft and that sort of thing. I need to think whether I can bring some people in to talk live online whilst we're doing it. And so that's the next thing. And then I also probably will have to be doing some clips. I have seen that clips, that last maybe between 15 and 30 seconds, generally are very popular within the gaming community. So I need to get some sort of software that will do it for me, because I have several thousand streams archived on YouTube, but we'll select some really good activities, maybe from the recent times where the new internet connection was always helping us to have a really good quality picture, and then we'll have quite a selection of things for people to choose from, and also I think to generate a bit more interest elsewhere, not just through Twitch, but through TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, so that the clips will give some sort of flavor of what we do and how we do it, and other people can kind of sort of access the content 24/7. Because really the beauty of this sort of broadcasting of today is that you can spread it around the platform. So for instance, when the broadcaster is on holiday away for a few weeks, there are other ways to which one can be engaging. And also the last thing that I want to be working on, and I've just actually tested it today, is Discord. Discord has like a new platform on Xbox, and I've not really tried it yet, but it looks like through Discord we can be streaming Twitch streams, and I need to see whether there will be a double stream through Discord and Twitch, or whether I need to see how it works on the tech side. But this may be also a solution to the problems we've had with Twitch audio. It may be if we stream to Discord, the sound's going to be really good. So if that's the case, we can really migrate then from time to time to Xbox, and then play Destiny 2 in a way which will be applicable to whatever is happening in season. So we probably can do that on weekends, shorter sessions. I need to really work out the strategy, but it's good news really that they've given us. That's brand new. This was introduced last week, actually. You remember me telling everyone live that Discord is now able to stream Twitch streams, and one can use Discord as a voice channel. And evidently, that is going to be enhancing the audio quality. But I need to try it. I need to find out how it works and test it a bit. So that's really what I've been doing. These are the plans, And I just have to say that I wish I had more energy compared to what I have at the moment. I suffered, both from SARS virus, and then I caught COVID last year, and it's affected my overall energy levels, and just generally I feel quite tired, which means I sleep longer than usual and need to rest a bit. And like last night, I slept literally like a log for about 9 hours, and I was literally slept throughout the whole night. I didn't even go to the loo, during the night, and so it's just really well, yeah, just like I said, it's just a question of being able to work out the strategy and the system on how I will apply our content, what we do here, to this other platform, so that all of that can be fully integrated, so that people can enjoy it on other platforms and enjoy us live. That's the idea. I'm actually surprised to discover that there are quite a few people who are sometimes watching and they never talk. I don't know what the reason for that is, because they can always talk through chat and voice messages. But the vast majority of people, in fact, are not talking. So a couple of days ago, I looked at the traffic, On this channel, we had about, I think about 375 people who went to the channel. We only had about 10 people talking. So it's weird that not many people are actually joining our conversation, as this channel is called Gaming Dialogue. We want to be talking about everything that is video gaming related, and also various issues linked to health, mental health, healthy gaming, ethical gaming, all these kinds of things. And what can I tell you? That's just the way it is, and that's the way I see it. And we'll just try to beef up on the presence elsewhere. We'll have no shortage of clips. I just need to work out what software will do the best, because obviously doing your own clips is always possible for the moments which are precious or memorable. But as I stream, I'll be streaming like once or twice a week for a few hours. It's a different story. If you have like literally, 50,000 hours of footage, then what are you going to cut out? Well, what's going to be presented? And that's just one of those challenges. But we'll find a way. I quite like sometimes watching short clips, 15 to 30 seconds of certain activities, and very popular on TikTok apparently. I'm not used to TikTok at all for any of the content, as I do not present my own personal activities or anything to do with myself anywhere on these public forums. But I have seen other gamers using it, and I have seen people who used it very successfully, and they had lots of likes and lots of people watched, and the issue there is whether people like doing cross-platform. I generally find that people who follow me on Twitter are not following on Instagram or Facebook, and vice versa. You don't have many people who are members in here on Twitch who are actually following all I do on Twitter. Although I say to everyone, please hit that follow. You'll get all the news and all the information which is related to the channel, as well as everything happening in our video gaming community. But they don't want to follow. They just stick to one platform. And I guess I just talked to a friend who works in a local computer game shop, and has said, it's fascinating to see that the vast majority of viewers and gamers, they stick to one title. I mean, variety streams exist, but they're generally not really popular amongst the regular viewers of Twitch and YouTube, I guess. And that's because people like discussing the game they play, the world they belong to, the activity they like doing the best. And obviously my thoughts on that were, well, yeah, that's true, because every one of these big games, Elder Scrolls, Mass Effect, Destiny, Call of Duty, for instance, they're like a major social networking platform in itself. And every channel has its own social networking online. So therefore, the idea is you're coming to, like going to a shop. You buy always certain things at certain shop because this is your favorite shop. You want to go there and buy your own things. And that seems to be the principle for many viewers and many gamers. I'm a bit surprised. I mean, I'm being a variety gamer and played God knows how many titles over the years. And I always enjoy exploring new titles. I always enjoy trying out what's new. For instance, today, before going live online, I've gone through Microsoft Rewards, and the rewards gives you various things, various tasks that you need to complete in order to get the points. The points you redeem, then you get your ultimate subscription for free on Xbox, right? And I do that every month. So last month there was a problem. They, for whatever reason, had they had just withdrawn the offer for the Ultimate to be redeemable for this month. And I complained. I said, hang on a minute, and I've looked it up on Reddit. There's a big discussion on Reddit that Microsoft decided to pull it. So basically, nobody was going to be able to redeem the Microsoft points, rewards points, for the Ultimate. And that's the most popular method of for things to be redeemed, as we all accrue the points over certain periods, weeks or months, and then that is the best, because you get your Ultimate subscription with a Game Pass and everything else included, inclusive PC access, for free. And I couldn't really redeem them, so I was very angry. I thought this was just literally a nut on, only to discover, because I have it done like automated, and if it was automated until last month, 10,500 points was enough for things to be redeemed, right? And I left it automated. Every first of the month, automatically, the points would be redeemed, and I would get the free subscription. that's all changed, and it's gone up points wise, and that redeemable option I've not seen. Maybe it's still there. I need to double check. But anyway, they've launched the whole thing again on the 1st or the 2nd of August. Obviously, as everything was already gone for the previous month, people couldn't redeem it. So there's a huge outpour of anger directed at Microsoft on Reddit in particular. And I've written to them saying, well, what is actually going on? Can you clarify the position? Are you withdrawing the offer, or are you keeping it on? And they didn't just, they're apologetic, saying that they couldn't deliver because the stocks have been reduced. Stocks have been reduced? Stocks of what? This is a digital product. It's just a subscription. You're not getting a card or a sort of a product which will be sent to you. You're just simply a subscription, right? So didn't receive a satisfactory answer. I complained again. I'm still waiting for the response. It does take a bit of time, I have to say, for some of these queries, and I'm certain that I'll be getting an adequate answer to my questions. So I lost my thoughts, really. I lost my threads for a moment. Gail's there and asking how have the streams been, and then saying that I might go, by the way. You mean you need to depart? Well, that's fine. That's all good. Good to see you. Good that you've joined us. And the streams have been generally very good. We've had always at least 2 people joining us for some of the activities. Zenith was here. We've had Plumber the other day with us. We had Shaba. We had Sekapupu. We had Matthias popping in. We had who else? We had our friend from Holland, who I've not seen for quite some time. If I'm not mistaken, he played Destiny and Apex with me a little while back, a few years ago, and we had a lengthy discussion on Bungie and monetization and what's been happening of late, because he got very, very angry with dungeon keys and all the other things which have been introduced, together with the rest of the community. Of course, he's not like all by himself, and so we had really good engagement. It's been busy times, and I'm just hoping that we'll see many more people here on the channel, new and old, and then being engaged in a fertile discussion about everything that indeed is of interest to everyone. And that can be literally anything, pull out of a hat, mainly issues related to video gaming and games overall, or mental health, or gaming, ethical gaming, health, the maintenance of health overall, these kinds of topics that we frequently talk about here. And that's the idea, really. Just another thing what I was telling you earlier, it was about Xbox, wasn't it, and Discord and the streams. So I'm quite excited about this, and we'll try it. I need to test it first. Yeah, I remember I was talking about this cross-platform access and the fact that people are just watching one game, and they're dedicated to it as if it was the only thing in the world, and that's the way it works. It's funny. I have people who are in my circle of film buffs, people who love cinema, and they certainly do not want to go to certain cinemas. They always go to the ones they prefer. And you think, well, it's a bit strange, because some films are not going to be screened there, therefore you won't be able to see them. They'll still go to that cinema alone. So it's just very much the same sort of mindset, the same imprint that people carry around with them. And we're all creatures of habit. I mean, I'm pretty similar. There are certain cinemas and certain music venues I've been to for many, many years, and there are others that I've never been to. I probably will never go to either. What is different here with the forum that we have is its global connectivity, the global access. We get people from everywhere, so frequently we would have someone from Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Holland, from Spain, from Italy, Denmark, Finland, from Britain, from the US, from South America, from Netherlands, from Norway, just all sorts of different countries. And it's so great to see that within one session we can connect the forces from around the world, and we become like really truly a global community of gamers and lovers of kind of online medias and these types of social interactions. So that's always encouraging. That's always great for me to see. Always enjoy participating, and it brings me a huge amount of satisfaction. As I remember the old days, the old days, the way you would connect with people from the US was by running fanzines. So it's a fanzine. Fanzine is like a small magazine which you would have created yourself, usually like a scrapbook of different types of cutouts, ideas and drawings and all sorts. And then you would photocopy that, or you would have it printed somehow, and with a limited number, of course. And then you would have your mail orders. You would generate your fans through magazines where you would advertise you're running a club. I don't know, the Smiths Club, like to just mention one band, or Joy Division Club, or I don't know, Sonic Youth Club, or the bands of that era. And then people would subscribe to it, or they would just send you their address, and also, most of these were sent for free. You just have to pay postage. That was all. And then this is how you would make contacts. And I remember making contacts with some other people worldwide, who were then connecting with me by mail. So they'd be writing letters expressing adoration, admiration for certain artists or certain films, and that's the way we were discussing it. And you would take weeks or months before you received the letter, and today that's something sent to the distant past, as we can do this instantly through WhatsApps of this world, and also online as we are doing it right now. So these are all new methods of communication that massively enhanced the ways to which we share our interests, and therefore it's all sort of gone down the industry way. Everything has grown, and our communities are thriving and expanding, and so much that the classical traditional medias are really under a huge pressure. I do not see how the classical medias, or the traditional medias that we all watch, like television in particular, will be able to survive in the long run. I don't see the means to which they'll be able to do that. I think they will just reduce programs to the bare minimum, bare bones, and they'll have like news and a few documentaries, and that'll be it. There won't be that longevity, there won't be that versatility, 24/7 turnaround, because there's going to be no money. No money because people are not watching. The vast majority of people I know, and I've seen the stats, are watching these things through various online platforms, which is understandable, as everyone's generally very busy. Mostly people who live in cities, they don't have time to be watching anything live. They have like a couple of hours a day to spend with their families, and they will be watching these programs through these streaming platforms at the time of their choice. Sometimes they'll be delayed, sometimes they'll forget about certain titles, but that's going to be the means to which they access those programs. Live television is just watched for football matches or big sports events, or something which is devastating, like these fires in Greece, or what's happening in Hawaii the last couple of days. And then people switch the telly on to see what's actually going on immediately, and maybe not even on the telly. They'll access Sky News or BBC News on the Android or iOS iPhone and access the news there. So really the traditional medias that we would be watching through TVs is dying, sadly. And I've talked to lots of retailers that told me television sets are just not selling, and that's the main reason as to why we have terrific TV sets offered on such low prices. Even a few years back, a TV that I've got would be costing £7,000-8,000. Today you would get it probably for just a bit more than 1,000, 1,200 or so. And it's just really the way things are. Things have changed. Prices of PCs have gone down as well, unless you're building a massive, fantastic, state-of-the-art gaming PC that require a lot of spares and components and things which will be very costly, processors and cooling equipment in particular. So things change as we go along, and the way people are, the way people relate and connect is also significantly different. It mesmerizes me sometimes to go to public places and have a group of people sitting together, like I've seen frequently when I went to cinema. I'd have my dinner in a kind of catering facility just next door, and it's gone now. But at that time, was easily accessible. So I have like watch 2 or 3 films early in the day, and then have my dinner, and then go and see another one, usually in IMAX at the end of the day. And you'll see a group of people seated together. That was pre-pandemic. And instead of talking, they're all fiddling with their phones. They're sending each other messages. And it's just like, hang on a minute. You are out there. You're seated at the table. Why on earth are you not talking? And what's the idea behind yourself sending a message to somebody who's literally sitting across the table? There should be time for online comms and online activity as well as for people doing it in real life. But after talking to some of my colleagues, it's been established that the means to which people communicate have been altered so significantly for the younger generation that on one hand you're experiencing with some people a massive enhancement. People are cognitively faster, they deduct quicker, they derive reasons from some discussions in a manner which was previously impossible or taking a lot longer, and also the vocabulary is very enhanced. So that's one group of people. But then you have the other, that's everything but. People who find themselves being incapable of holding certain conversations and running the comms. People who are suffering tremendously from the absence of face-to-face direct contacts or guidance, and therefore they are, not developing these kinds of skills. I just think that there is time and space for everything, and we have got to be able to do certain things online and then move away from it and go out for a walk and talk to our friends and have enough rest and all of that. But I have seen certainly with certain people the overall preoccupation with what's been said and what's been sent through online forums to be taking going to an extreme. And I'm not really that keen on the approaches which would be turning everything into something so excessive. It's good to see that our friends here are always measured and moderate. We always play together, and we have the time when we are going to be joining forces, and then there's a time for us to depart and do other things. So if you're an ethical gamer, just remember that you don't want the games to be overtaking or for you to be spending too much time on your favorite titles. You want to play the games and you want to depart from them. You want to come back to them again at another time. I had some questions from our community about the games I'm playing. I talked yesterday quite a bit about that, and as I said, I'm very pleased with the results or the effects or whatever the goodies I received from Ubisoft Plus. It's a very expensive streaming service, but if you are a fan of the titles and the series, you will be enjoying it. And you don't have to be subscribed indefinitely. You can join for a little while and then depart after you play your favorite titles. But I've definitely picked up the title I really want to play for some time, and that is Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and it's on that subscription price, and the first month is offered on a trial for $1, £1, and it's just almost playing it for nothing. I'm really enjoying the game. I've gone down the route for about 25 to 27 hours, but I played for a week, and it probably will take me several months before I complete the game. It's massive. It has so many different locations, there's so many different characters, and so many different side quests. In addition to the educational content, which is very much part and parcel of the game. Something I really like about the recent Assassin's Creed titles, Origins, Valhalla, and what was the other one? Odyssey. And each one of them is dedicated to a different part of history, and you are learning through historic figures, facts, and descriptions about all that's been going on at that time in the country. Really terrific. One is about Egypt, the other is based in ancient Greece, and the latest one is based on 9th century England. So if you are a fan of anything British, or if you are a scholar of English history, then that is definitely the game you need to be playing, because you play the game, you enjoy it, you get to know the characters, you get to know the environment, most importantly, and there are some locations in the game that are still there today, like the Roman ruins, for instance, in various parts of Britain. They're perhaps a bit bigger, a bit more monumental when you see them in the game compared to the remnants of what was there, but still, I mean, I've been to several. I've been to the ones in north of England. Some of those are very near me where I live. in a place in a city called St Albans, which was at the time the capital of Roman England. And you know, you get to see those ruins in there. In fact, I told you in St Albans I've gone to the rebuilt Roman Bath, which is situated within a very big sports centre at the very end. Well, it's at the end of the town centre, and you know, it's just honestly, it's incredible. It looks so much like what you would have had in Roman times. It's been built. The interior is exactly the same to what they would have had in those days. Obviously, you are enjoying Turkish bath and sauna and all of the niceties, inclusive of jacuzzi, and but just, you know, the palatial atmosphere, the monumental type of appearance of the place on the inside. Because if you were to go and have a look at the building from the outside, it's just like an ordinary modern building, but on the inside it's been recreated. So I always enjoy going to St Albans to revisit some of the history, because this is a city that has an enormous amount of English history, and anyone who's a keen scholar could obviously find there very, very nice bits of trivia literally everywhere. When you just walk through the town, you discover many things about the history. So highly recommend it. And Valhalla is the one that can be your very, very good guide. So if you're wondering if there's a way through which you can learn about England, well, history of England I should say, the best, well, Valhalla is definitely a very, very good place to start. Highly recommend it. Thoroughly enjoying it, and I'm doing it on playing it on Xbox Series S, and you know, the graphics are mouth-watering, the high quality resolution, day-night cycle, the colors, the characters, the dialogue, everything is just the best possible. The way it's literally, this is a game almost created to my taste. This is what I like doing the best, and it's a combination of narrative-driven activities with plenty of dialogue and you needing to make choices, as well as having some action. I'm playing it presently on the story mode, so it's more focused on the story, the narrative, and the side missions than just fighting sequences. But there are lots of different difficulty levels, inclusive of the insanity level. So if you are into the major difficulties, obviously you can do that. And also, it sort of it ensures replay or replayability for anyone who is a hardcore fan and anyone who wants to learn more about Assassin's Creed series, or indeed about our history. So most highly recommended. So that's the game I'm tackling at the moment. Mass Effect Andromeda is on back burner at the moment. Destiny 2 seasonal content I'm grinding from time to time. The last thing I've done is I completed Sources of Heroes, which expired I think at the end of last week, and I need to be doing still a bit more to polish off my seasonal rewards. And we are all hyped up about the showcase, which will indeed be coming our way on the 22nd of August. Incidentally, I will be traveling on that day, and that's very, you know, well, I'm not very happy about it, because I wanted to really have a cup of tea, sit here and watch it on my big screen and everything, but I think it will have to probably wait unless I watch it whilst I'm traveling, and I want to have the impression of what this is like and what's been said. But you know, I'll be too impatient to be waiting to see it a day later. I really want to get to know immediately all that the Bungie team have got to say about the future of this game, and anyone who's watching and listening, just make sure that you putting this in your diary. It's 22nd of August when we will be getting the Destiny showcase. It's once a year that we get it, and therefore we're all super excited about it. Alright, my friends, so that's just literally a few of my thoughts linked to our community-based content, some of the questions, and all these things that would have been coming my way since yesterday. The time now is fast to be looking at the news, and indeed there have been some news. I have been receiving a few of these, so just let me see what we have on Destiny first of all. Lots of news are about Baldur's Gate. You know, the game is selling in a phenomenal fashion, and it's really being played by so many people worldwide. It's one of the biggest successes of RPGs of all times, I think. Just bear with me. Yeah, I've got it here. It's Paul Tassi who's telling us Destiny 2 needs to prioritize a rework of half of its main stats. So let's see what he says. Paul Tassi is a senior writer for Forbes, and if you're a Destiny fan or if you follow Destiny news, you will know that Tassi is writing about Destiny every single day. A very, very dedicated Destiny veteran as well. And what's particularly good is he is not just knowledgeable about the game, but he comes up with really relevant points and really important bits of trivia and ideas on what needs to be happening or what's happening, and most importantly, he's quite, I guess, well embedded within the concerns that the community is raising, particularly on Reddit. So lots of the times his articles are dedicated to whatever the major concerns are, and really the concerns, like I said many times during the last couple of weeks, have been just growing, particularly in view of the latest that we received from Bungie, and that was the state of the game last week, delivered by the game director, and outpour of all kinds of unpleasantries and anger in view of what's been said. So Tassi today picked up on one major issue which had been raised, and that's the stats in Destiny 2. So he says, I've been thinking a lot about Destiny 2 loot lately, and I've said before, things are kind of split into two halves right now. Guns with almost too many options in a season, given how many are actually worth getting, and then legendary armor, which drops all the time and is effectively useless. You have 1 to 2 sets with the right recovery, resilience, and discipline distribution. The only evolutions that there have been is Artifice armor for microstat boosts and things like raid mods or seasonal currency bonuses that never really caught on. One thing I do not really understand is why after resilience rework that turned that stat from trash to essential, why Bungie stopped improving major stats in Destiny 2. That's a big question. In fact, Zenith and myself were running a tutorial or a walkthrough recently here in Destiny 2 on what to do with your resilience and your mobility, and so if you're interested, just head to that stream. It was Destiny 2 stream a couple of weeks ago, and it's dedicated to Mind, so you'll be able to access all the information. No, actually, I stand corrected. These were the streams dedicated to the Bungie Foundation. I apologize. So if you go to my archive, you'll find those dedicated to the Bungie Foundation. This was during one weekend a few weeks ago, and we were going through the walkthrough on what you need to be doing in Destiny 2 in order to level up your stats so that your armor could be the best possible. So Paul Tassi says they nerfed recovery and resilience somewhat eventually, but both remain quite essential. They nerfed intellect into uselessness than previously. It was a major one you wanted to spike. So he says, now we've reached a situation where for the most part only half of the stats are viable: recovery, resilience, discipline, and half are not: mobility, intellect, and strength. So right now, this is what the last three do: mobility, increasing your movement speed and maximum jump height; intellect, decreasing the cooldown of your super ability; strength, decreasing the cooldown of your melee ability. And why are these problematic or useless, he's asking. Mobility, of course, is useful in the context of being a hunter, as it reduces the cooldown of your dodge. But that is essentially all it's good for. On other classes, it is not uncommon to want mobility as low as you can possibly make it, with recovery and resilience infinitely more valuable. The concept of Ark's amplified buff is like getting 300 mobility by comparison. Right now, mobility doesn't even increase sprint speed, much less things like weapon reload handling, which it feels like it should. Well, that's true, because I had some boots that were giving me some sort of greater mobility and greater speeds, but you couldn't really increase that through the mods. Intellect is a deeply boring stat, and it feels like it was nerfed for the PvP sake alone to reduce super spam. I think a great addition to this would be a boost to PvE super damage, as so many super abilities feel underpowered in the sandbox, or you have to be dramatically building them into you have to dramatically build into them with, say, an entire exotic boost your Titan Thunder Crash to get actual good damage out of it. Strength doesn't work as well as discipline does for grenades, because A, moist charge melees are not nearly as strong as grenades. with a few build-specific exceptions, and B, oftentimes instant melee refills are easy. Hunter has an entire dodge dedicated to that. Titan can do things like pick up its thrown solar hammer. In general, it is still pretty easy to get the melee, and grenade cooldowns quite low, but grenades are better, so discipline is more valuable. I'd love to see strength do something significant like increase actual melee damage or even give you more melee charges at certain tiers. I think really, like I said many times, I would like to see a battle royale forum in Destiny 2 with up to 100 players or 90 players or whatever, and therefore you could choose different characters which otherwise are NPCs like a Korra or Zavala or Cayde or anyone else, and each one of them could have special abilities, so similar to Apex. In fact, they could just simply rip the concept from that PvP game and bring it into Destiny, and this would be hugely popular. I mean, who would like to play Cayde or Zavala, and then elimination, survival, down to the last team standing. This should be just Destiny's bread and butter. They need to introduce that, and would have longevity. I can assure you, if it was a big map, if you were, for instance, given the map of one of the major locations, the map of the Witch Queen, for instance, where you've got plenty of places where you can try to catch up with your enemies and defy the opponents. So it's just definitely something that I need to consider. So he's asking, would all three of these be hard to balance? The answer is yes, especially since everything always has an annoying amount of PvP considerations. Well, it's logical, because PvP is the one which is highly addictive, and there are people who are just into PvP in Destiny and not interested in campaigns or anything else. They hate all the other narrative-driven content because they're interested in bang bang, kill kill, get up, live live, die die. Death matches, and that's been present in many other games. The only difference here is this game is not all about the PvP. In fact, in my opinion, the PvP is its weakest point. It's something that is completely pedestrian, very uninteresting, and very boring if you are to be doing it every single day. But that's just my take on it. I play lots of other PvP games which I find incredibly exciting. Playing Apex or Warzone, to mention a few, or PUBG, for instance, I always find interesting. Every single match is a completely different type of game, because you've got different teams, the maps, and your tactics and strategies will always have to be adjusted, and but this is just a bang 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 bang. There's no tactical strategies in Crucible at all. What you can do is stick to your team, conquer the control points together, and use the weapons which are the best for PvP. I need to have ultra fast internet speed, and that's it. Your results will depend on your internet speed and your server connectivity, as well as obviously on your speed, your own speed when you're doing your gameplay, and your own skills which you have as a PvP gamer. But the other two, the internet speed and the connectivity to the server, are most important, because you can be Ninja or Shroud, and if you are accessing the server slowly, and if you are not having the fastest possible internet connection, your results are not going to be particularly significant. He says, I believe it's a worthwhile project to ensure that half of your main stats in the game are not borderline useless and things that 95% of builds will desperately avoid. Buffing these stats dramatically increases the promise of legendary armor farming it. You do finally need more sets than just going for double, triple 100s in the same 3 stats. Well, we'll see if these stats are going to be ever touched. But in all the previews we've seen so far, we've heard absolutely nothing along those lines. Well, these are very interesting thoughts, and I'm certainly curious to see whether any of these things are going to be changing, but we'll have to see, really. I told you yesterday that the Revenant Reborn has arrived to Apex Legends, so that's been, this character's been around now since Tuesday, and anyone who is a huge fan of Apex, if you've not heard, dive in. And also there's this new season cracking on at the moment, so you really want to be checking out the content and all the goodies that you'll be getting as you do events and everything else that is season related. Presently we have 2 offers coming in from Ubisoft, and I think this is an indication that some of their strategies have not worked earlier in the year. Most importantly, the strategy on Ubisoft Plus, which was offered on all platforms on a separate price of $16.99 instead of being fully integrated, and that really backfired in a big fashion. So presently we are getting access to Ubisoft, well, I think it was until the 9th, so yesterday was the last day. Had you not subscribed for £1, then this offer is no longer available, but anyone who did will get, like myself, 1 month almost free of charge. And if you have enough time, which is, I guess, what I do not have, you can just hammer these games. And if you pick up on any of these big ones, one of them you probably will be able to finish in a month if you're doing it literally the whole day. Like Valhalla will require about 150 to 200 hours. So work out 30 days, 3 hours, be almost like 6 to 7 hours of that game a day within a month. And I don't want to recommend that to anyone. It's not a good way for which you would engage with the content. I absolutely prescribe against that. The idea is that you come in and you try not just one game but several to get a flavor of what these games are like, and you support the developer by doing this, beefing up the stats, and then later you can decide to buy these games once they're offered on a greatly reduced price. So coming back to Ubisoft, they're offering they had offered, they stopped now, the Ubisoft Plus on £1, but what we are getting this weekend, and it's extremely important, anyone who is a fan of Assassin's Creed series should try it, is playing 5 different Assassin's Creed games for free this weekend, starting today until the end of Monday. So it's almost like, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. 5 days of Assassin's Creed, 5 of those games offered for free. So if you want to find out what these games are like, you didn't want to spend that $1 or you missed it, get in and try it for free. It's across all platforms. And the games in question, Assassin's Creed 2, then Brotherhood, Revelations, Black Flag, and Valhalla. Even Valhalla is included. So, like myself, make sure you dive in and indeed try the game as soon as possible. The other thing they're offering at the moment is the sale of the entire Assassin's Creed series, and you're getting 2 games for the price of 1. So as part of the Assassin's Creed free weekend, they're also running a special offer on the Xbox, right? So if you're interested, you can be purchasing 1 and then you get 1 for free, right? And that is all tied in with the weekend. So unlike the EA sale, which is buried in various menus on the Microsoft Store app, the Assassin's Creed promotion is currently showing as soon as you open the app on console. If for some reason you cannot see it, you can find the sale by selecting the Deals tab, then going down to Special Offers, and then you'll see Valhalla, SG Collection, Black Flag, Unity, Odyssey, Syndicate, Origins are all included, and they're part of Buy One Get 2 free offer. Once you selected which 3 games you want to buy, the price of the cheapest 2 games will be discounted from your total. Well, it is a bit crafty, isn't it? I thought it was one, you buy one, you get another one for free, but actually buy one, get 2 free offer, which means they'll just reduce the prices. But anyway, you can try it and have a look, and I think certainly it appears to be a good deal. There's one in particular I was interested in, and that is a bundle costing about £30, and it has the base game of Origins, of Odyssey, and Valhalla together. So it's a fantastic value. Honestly, it's a massive big game, so even if you don't have the DLCs and extra content. And if you are able to blend this in with these other titles, you will get a very, very good offer, and you'll walk away really feeling very, very encouraged and happy. Okay. So that's all we've heard from Ubisoft. Lies of P has gone gold ahead of its launch into Xbox Game Pass next month. So it means it's ready to ship. And, well, we've heard a lot about the game. I played the demo, which is very, very good. And they said, it's our genuine pleasure to announce that Lies of P has gone gold. Truly, we cannot wait for your arrival in Craft on September the 19th. So that's good news. Baldur's Gate 3 is the kind of miracle game we simply will not get all the time, and too many people are taken the wrong message from its unprecedented success. So that is coming from Games Radar, and they said is too good to be reduced by an arbitrary moral bludgeon. And they said it's hard to escape the spectacle of Baldur's Gate 3, it's hard to escape it too. Baldur's Gate 3 is all over the internet like its players are all over bears. Larian's latest epic RPG is well and truly having a moment, and through it, CRPGs in general are too. It's amazing to see such an enduring but somehow skill niche genre receive this kind of widespread love. Nowhere in my crystal ball did I foresee an Elden Ring great reception for this thing, and it seems Larian didn't either. This makes it especially annoying to see people sour the mood with strawman criticism that leads to nowhere. So that's been written by the senior staff writer Austin Wood, and he is writing for Games Radar. You probably would have heard me previously mentioning his name and reading some of his articles. He's a very good writer, and definitely one of the regulars on Games Radar. Definitely worth checking out both his titles and other contributions. So people are complaining for no reason at all. We know that Baldur's Gate is a fantastic game. It's just, 170 hours of cutscenes alone. 170 hours of cutscenes alone. Think about it. Not like 17 or 20 hours. 170 hours of cutscenes alone. Then all the other content, all the narrative-driven stuff, all the NPCs, 60,000 options to which you can pursue the game and the decisions. So, I've not purchased it. I never purchase games when they come out first due to their very high prices, but I definitely will have Baldur's Gate 3 as soon as possible, as soon as it's offered on an amicable price in my collection, and I'll obviously hammer it. It's a game that's very similar to some of the best RPGs like The Witcher 3 and Elder Scrolls, and you definitely want to be engaging with that world and those characters, and it's just so fantastic to see that there's so many people already playing it. I think the number was astonishingly high. I think I got the stats somewhere. Actually, I've not highlighted it, but the stats are something like 700,000, 650,000 consecutive players. People are playing the game at the same time, which is incredible. It's almost, it's 750,000. And that's just at any moment. I mean, it's that many people doing it at any moment in a day. And think about the overall number of players. You're talking probably many millions. Uncharted film team definitely looking to make another, says the producer. And so that is Drake. Film producer Charles Rowan is definitely looking to make another Uncharted film adaptation. He had an interview with the Hollywood Reporter, and he was asked if there was a desire to continue the film franchise after its impressive box office successes. So, oh yeah, I had a really good time with that movie. The fans really liked the movie, and people who didn't know much about the game also liked it. So we are definitely looking to make another one of those films. The film made over 100 million at the box office globally in its first weekend. Worldwide it made over 407 million overall. So that's interesting. I'm definitely interested in it. I've got to say that not many films had been able to migrate from the world of video gaming onto the big screen. And I've had many debates with people about Resident Evil, and I just think that Resident Evil films are very, very far removed from the actual experience of the game. For the obvious reason, the game is immersive and interactive. It's a survival horror game where you are the active protagonist, where you are always on your toes in order to survive and fight off all these evil enemies. And the film is just classical kind of horror-struck sci-fi type of flick. It doesn't have that degree of immersion, or indeed it does not trigger that degree of fear. I mean, had they worked with the concept that Alfonso Cuarón employed with Gravity, then it'd be a different story. But that was not the case at the time, and I think the technology at the time was not as well developed. So I'm definitely interested to see what the new Uncharted film is going to be like. Sony announcing next batch of PlayStation Plus games for August. So Sea of Stars moving out to Lost Judgment. Lost Judgment is a game I want to play. Sony announced the next round of games, and the additions for the PlayStation Plus service are Sea of Stars moving out 2, and then they say that Sea of Stars is coming out on the 29th of August, and Moving Out is coming out on the 15th of August. And Destiny 2 expansion The Witch Queen will join as a download-only game requiring the free-to-play base game to play. The Witch Queen was 22 expansion since, followed by Lightfall. So that means it will be offered on PlayStation Plus. Well, that's fine. I'll download it. Just wondering whether it comes as a freebie, which we can keep, or is it just something we'll be downloading. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like it's being added to the roster of the games you can access on PlayStation Plus, so it's not for you to keep. Yakuza spin-off Lost Judgment will be available as 3 other Yakuza games leave the service. Well, that's not very good, is it? We really want Yakuza to be there at all times, as well as Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed, 2 Point Hospital Jump Edition, Source to Madness, Curse to Gold, PJ Masks, blah 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 blah. All of these are departing. Media Molecules Dreams will also be a permanent addition to the service, but not just as one of August's monthly games. Well, that's all encouraging. I still have to play a few of these games, and I'm paying for the premium and I'm using it for my streams, and not played many of those. It's just that there's enough time, there are too many games, and I said to myself, the games I want to play first on PlayStation Plus service are Lara Croft games, the Tomb Raider series, and then Uncharted as well, to go through the full series one by one. But then, said a few times in the past, I got the games there. I've got to say, it's not quite the same, in your mindset. When the games are constantly accessible, available, it's quite different to, the features in the past. Oh, finally I got the game. I waited for it for so long, I've got to play it now. And then you crack on, you play that game literally until you're blue in the face. It's the accessibility that made the difference. And I talked to lots of people who are into films and video games, and they said, our lists are just growing, and we hardly watch anything that's on our list, or play, as it goes. Well, I can tell you, my collection has grown tremendously. I have, God knows how many games across, 3 platforms: Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. The vast majority of these games I've played a bit, looked at them, but I've not actually played. So I guess the percentage of games I actually played, like properly, is maybe 2% or 1%, which is shocking. One of the reasons for that, I stress that, is that I'm a streamer and I spend a lot of time both delivering my streams and then building the content, and that takes me away from any other activity. It's prioritized, and all the other activities are therefore on the back burner. So as long as I'm streaming, I will not be able to try all that out. And I thought at one time I'd create a channel which was just reflecting my activity. So it'd be like reflecting my activity, similar to what people do with Instagram. Whatever they do, clip or photograph and put it on. But I realized this wasn't a good idea. I researched it, and initially I thought this may be something that would be almost like Your Gamer's Life live online, but for that you would need to have hundreds of thousands of followers and major sponsors to be drafting in traffic, and otherwise it feels like you're hopping from one title to another, and people are not really interested as they come to channels in order to debate games and learn from the activity and the dialogue. Alright, so let's just quickly race through a couple of other news. Astonishing facts coming our way from PlayStation. The latest console had been selling, and it's reached 41.7 million consoles sold. So it's really defeating Xbox in a big way, and PlayStation a lot more popular, a lot more accessible, and a lot more well distributed with its services. Hence the subscription for the streaming. accessible in most countries. That's not the case with Microsoft. If I'm not mistaken, the PlayStation Plus services, like the premium, they're not exactly the same in all the countries. They're not accessible in every country. But if I'm mistaken, just let me know. I need to double check, because previously they had PlayStation Plus services restricted to a very small number of countries that were able to access it. UK was one of those, fortunately, and I was able to use it. But since they reworked the service, I had not checked the overall global accessibility. But I still think that is certainly an issue, and I need to actually research a bit more. Valve's now selling refurbished Steam Decks with up to £110 off. But I'm not keen on that. I've had some really bad experiences with my insurance provider, and I had both my phone and tablet replaced by the insurance due to kind of technical faults, and they sent me refurbished equipment, which was utter rubbish. The tablet I had to be exchanging 4 or 5 times before the company decided to provide me with a brand new one, which even wasn't the old model. And all of that was to do with the fact that the refurbished models were not really refurbished. They were just literally touched up in order to be dished out, and they didn't work properly, and it was just ridiculous. I'm not saying sometimes, if properly refurbished, the equipment may be working quite well, but still it's been refurbished. The fact it's been refurbished indicates something was seriously wrong with the equipment previously, and therefore it had to be fixed. So it's not going to work like a brand new one, and I don't think the discount is reflecting that either. Anyway, just my take on that. Ripley Survivor and Xenomorph Killer confirmed for Dead by Daylight Alien collaboration, and this will be out later this month. So if you are a fan of Dead by Daylight, or if you're a fan of Alien, and most importantly if you are into survival horror games, well, that's going to be definitely very much of interest to you. And they said that Sigourney Weaver's iconic action hero Ellen Ripley will feature as a survivor battling against a Xenomorph killer. That will be within Dead by Daylight. And let me see when is this coming out. Dead by Daylight Alien, as the new collaboration DLC is presently known, will be available to purchase from the 29th of August on PS5, PS4, Xbox One and all the other platforms. So it is 29th of August, mark to date in your diary. The last bit of news I have here for you is good news if you're struggling with one side quest in Diablo 4. And Diablo 4's 1.1.2 hotfix is coming very soon to fix a long broken side quest. And that's Fury Against Fate. So they rolled out a brand new hotfix for Diablo 4 yesterday on August the 9th, but it's really looking ahead to the next fix. That's according to Adam Fletcher. And it was a hotfix that launched yesterday that was trying to fix the bugged quest, which some players could not complete due to a bugged barricade of all things. Something must have happened behind the scenes at Blizzard, because the developer wasn't able to remedy the quest in the hotfix, and that pushed that fix to hotfix 1.1.2. Right, so if you are a Diablo 4 player, but just make sure that you play the game and find out what the hotfix managed to resolve, if at all. If not, just get hold of Blizzard and, complain. That's just the way it needs to be if things do not work. Right, so let me just see very briefly on what community content we had received from our Destiny veterans. And I know that there was one interesting question raised, so just bear with us, I'll get it up. That's right, we talked yesterday at length about all the concerns coming out of our Destiny community, and the vast majority were linked to the latest coming from Bungie State of the Game, published last week. A very lengthy description of different types of approaches that Bungie will be taking with the next season and during the period before we get to the final shape, the final expansion of Darkness Against Light series. And one of the big questions there was about Gambit and huge dissatisfaction was displayed towards Bungie for neglecting it. So another question that I had today came in from Dongmat, and Dongmat is not really a member of our community, but he's a member of my community on Reddit, and he said, actually Destiny community on Reddit rather than mine, Bungie Gambit could have been a popular part if you had not neglected it, right? So he says, Bungie suggestion, the Witch Queen, in that revamp, the team made significant changes across 5 categories in Gambit: core activity fundamentals, primeval tuning, invasions, ammunition economy, and rewards. Although we know our Gambit fans mostly care about new or returning maps, this is an area of the game with low engagement that would take resources away from more popular parts of the game to shore up. And our friend says to Bungie something which we all know, right? And he says, no, Bungie, you're wrong. Set aside your bloated self-consciousness and self-pity for a moment and remember how you've changed Gambit over the past 3 years since Beyond Light. For the record, to give you a hint, removing Gambit Prime was not an update, and you do not really consider it an update to make mods disappear from the vault if there are more than 2 takens, do you? I would agree with you if you guys launched good Gambit weapons, like for instance Riptide, Out of Bounds, Igneous Hammer, etc. Or if you release multiple versions of the game like Iron Banner, or if you've released a new Gambit map once a year, but you didn't. You left the Gambit unattended. The only significant change users have seen in the last 3 years is the ammunitions box. And even the ammunition crate update wasn't a perfect patch. It was a double-edged sword. It made it easier to get bullets, but it also allowed invaders to take mods more often. Invaders stealing mods is part of the Gambit, but if it's too much, new players will lose interest. It's up to you to get the balance just right with regular updates, but you did not do that. You neglected Gambit for 3 years, and instead of taking responsibility for it, you brought in one map and a differently dressed enemy, and then announced that you were not going to update it anymore. This was a very disrespectful patch note to every one of the players. Well, I think this is certainly giving us a lot of food for thought. Everyone who is playing Destiny 2 will tell you that Gambit was one of the most popular activities at one time, and labeling it as something that is completely uninteresting to the many and that people not playing it a lot is certainly under question mark. And other people had asked questions in addition to these comments. And so what's your deal? Says, I honestly don't even think Gambit is a just like Crucible, where special and heavy weapons really destroy everything in terms of balancing. And then we have JK saying, for somebody who doesn't play PvP, Gambit is a very frustrating activity, having sweaty invaders kill you all the time. Well, that's true. I think if you're a new gamer coming in, you will find that the experienced Destiny veterans who are doing incursions are just relishing the opportunity. And I know that Sekapupu, for instance, was doing it every single time when we played Gambit, and he was doing the incursions because, you know, it's the pinnacle activity within that Destiny 2 game mode, and you know, everybody wants to do that. Gamer Droid says, I said this as a long-time invader. The argument get good doesn't work when the invaders walk in with Thunderlord and you're dead in 2 to 3 shots. Most of the time the people being invaded never get to see the invader coming. That's correct. That's exactly what I felt as well. Meanwhile, the invader gets to see where literally every person of the opposing team is, even to the walls. It's simply not fair fight when 3/4 of the enemy team get killed by spraying from a machine gun before they can tell where the invader is, and the last person has no chance because the invader has an overshield on top of everything else. Mycologist says, most of the time the people being invaded never get to see the invader coming. So that's the question, and he's asking then, the mycologist is asking, how? It's the same 3 spawns every map, and it's never close to the current add spawn, so that leaves 2 options. You can literally predict it after at least 1 invasion and camp the spawn and kill them as soon as they drop in. Every person on the invaded team has heavy. It's 4 versus 1. The invader is outlined in a red aura, a literal siren goes off, and red hue covers the screen as Drifter yells invader on the field. You have cover, you have radar, you have scopes. And I say this as a long-time invader. So this guy's responding and saying, I have a hard time buying that based on everything else you said there. It sounds more like you're on the invaded end and you're not. Yeah, so that's what he means. And then is there one says, yeah, Thunderbolt isn't even a good invader weapon and absolutely doesn't kill in 2 bullets. So they keep discussing now whether this guy was giving the relevant description. And Gamer Droid says, I've been playing Gambit since the beginning. Played Prime, got Dredgen, keep getting it gilded, and I main as an invader. Now, invasions tend to work best when you go in right as they're in the DPS phase against the Primeval. Taking out mods, mild delay, nothing else. If I go in while they're DPSing, they're in the middle of focusing on the boss, and so have the minimal to no heavy, and they're busy. They are right in the middle of it, and most maps will give you decent LOS right at the gate for the invaders half the time. I can kill off nearly the entire team and I barely have to move from where I'm dropped in. Let's say I do invade a remote collection. I'm going to ruin the days of at least 1 or 2 of the enemy team, even if they do go after me as you described. That's assuming the entire team, most of whom will be carrying a bundle of mods, are willing to go band together and hunt me instead of trying to bank. They pick the wrong invader's spawning spot, they lose a bunch of mods. They pick the right spot, they lose slightly smaller bunch of mods in the time it takes to deal with me. Dogpile invaders, but most Gambit matches are spoiled in communication fire teams. Most players haven't memorized all the locations for invader spawns or all the maps. They lose mods if they go after me in the collection phase, or the boss hills if they go after me during the boss phase. So, you know, these are the thoughts that our friends are giving us in view of what happened to Gambit. I think I agree with some of the thoughts. I think generally Gambit has been neglected, and I remember when introduced first, it was a wonderful activity. We played a lot and we enjoyed the different maps and you know, several rounds, and we, you know, battling it out with others. I do agree with the points about the invaders, right? I always found that the invaders were almost invisible, and I could never see them exactly at the point where they came in. And every single time, it was mainly also to do with my old internet. I would be killed by any of those invaders. I don't remember eliminating one invader in all the matches I played. So what they're not discussing in there is you've got 2 different environments. You've got the environment coming into the server, which is your PvE, and everything is clearly displayed. PvP comes in through the different channel, and it is dependent on how fast you are connecting to Bungie servers, and also it's dependent on what sort of internet connection you have when it comes to, you know, hit ratio and yourself being able to eliminate the PvP gamers within that environment. So these are the technical facts or factors that will be definitely affecting gameplay, and you've got to be able to conceptualize and understand how all of that works. I think Gambit was half-baked in that respect, as I've seen that some invaders had huge advantage and they were literally able to eliminate everyone on the opponent's team, like they described in there, and the reason for that is purely technical. And I want to read that. The reason for that is purely technical, and everyone needs to accept this. People can boast about their skills and they can rant about how good they were or how many kills they had. If the tech works in your favor, it doesn't work in the favor of others. Others are at huge disadvantage. So that needs to be conceptualized if you're playing PvP. I keep saying this again and again. Whenever you go to see an esports tournament, or, you know, when games are tested, they'll always be playing within one facility on exactly the same platform with exactly the same connection, and then they get really good results. They see exactly what's happening, how the game works. Once you give it to the public, it's a different ballgame altogether, and that's actually what's causing many problems with the service as well. People come from all ends, from all different parts of the world, using different types of servers, different kinds of internet connections, and it becomes like a, you know, like a major battleground with all of those speeds clashing and not performing and causing trouble for the traffic and latency and delayed and pings and this and the other. They don't talk much about this live online, because this would spoil the excitement that some people have, and it would illuminate many gamers who are unhappy and dissatisfied on as to why that's happening to them. Consequently, it could result in the loss of many players who didn't want to come to this environment knowing that they actually can't participate. It's a bit like, can you drive a car, let's say a petrol diesel car, where you have no fuel? No, you can't. The internet speed in there is your fuel. You have got to have it. If you're entering a PvP environment, you can't be doing it without the fuel, and that's exactly what takes place if you are on a slow internet connection. It may be that somebody who's on the fast internet connection is unskilled, very slow, remote, doesn't know what he's doing, therefore you will be able to get some results, but even then your results will be a lot poorer compared to what otherwise could have been achieved if you were on exactly the same speed as him. That's it. That's the community-based news, and that is the video gaming news. So now the time is for us to crack on with some activities here in Destiny 1. So the first thing we'll do is we'll have a look at all the participants. We'll see who is out there, and also we want to see who wants to join us. Anyone out there watching and listening, just raise your hand, tell us whether you want to come in. We'll be able to tell you whether there is space. We can see that Plumber One's there. We'll see if Gale or Zenith want to join us, maybe Shaba. We'll find out as we carry on. I'll need to go to Tower in order to do some admin. I think yesterday I wrapped it up fast, and there is quite a lot for me still to do. Alright, let me just have a cup of tea and then we'll crack on with some action here in Destiny 2. We'll be doing lots of weekly activities which are still left untouched. Most importantly, the weekly story missions. They are the ones that we'll be cracking on with first. So get ready for a lot more action in Destiny 1. So let's see what we've got here with our postmaster. Is there anything that needs sorting out? Oh, we sorted this out yesterday, so that's fine. There is space. Thunderlord. Baron's Ambition. We can try that gun actually. The next activity. Nightfall weapon. I need to see whether I've got it in the vault. Curious. If so, we can just delete. Unending Deluge is there. This one. Corrective measure. Thunderlord. Thunderlord is 400. I think I've got Thunderlord in my inventory there as well. Hang on. Crota, Diluvian, Baron's Ambition. What are the perks? Life support, generating health, bonus accuracy. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is we'll go back to the vault and pick up the other piece. We don't have doubles of everything, and so it was there, wasn't it? Ah, where is it now? Baron's Ambition. No, that's not the ones. The doubles as well. Two of these. We need to delete one immediately. So that was here, and then yeah, that's the one with extra health, doesn't it? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I'll pick up the first one and delete, and then this one here, and then we'll take another one. Just remember to really sort out your vault. I keep saying that to myself, you know, talking loud. Talking loud, I mean, I don't know what I'm saying really anymore. Back to the vaults, and then we'll pick up this machine gun. It's there. Right, so we are liberating some space there. What's this? Grasp of Malak. Grasp of Malak. With that one and that one. It's Devil's Dawn. Okay, see what perks. Precision damage, Grenadier. Okay. And then where is... no, that's not it. Well, could probably just get rid of it. Grasp of Malak. Someone's dancing behind me. Who was that? I just thought there was someone from our community who was having a moment of joy discovering that we are going to be doing certain things together. Any other doubles in there? Probably. Yes, I can see two. Sniper rifle, Devil's Dawn, 400. Firefly and life supports. Okay. And then we'll have a look at this one. Support Firefly, so that's identical. Okay, try that one. And then we'll delete. No need to stash unnecessary items in there. Okay, I had enough now. I don't want to spend more time there. Let me just pick up a few more bounties. I think we completed a few yesterday. Let us double check what has been completed. Yeah, loads. Look, this one. So that's the impressive performance, motor flight, and then that shot. Just reputation up. I want to level up the Prison of Elders to about 62, so we can say, we've done a lot of that. Alright, so one more left. That is 30 precision shots. Well, I had many precision shots yesterday. I really tried as hard as possible to get as many as possible, and I think I excelled from what I've seen, so I was happy with those results. Right, so that's probably it. I need to just get rid of my glimmer. The best way of doing it is just blowing it here on synth. Okay, so that's probably Lakshmi I need to go to. I forgot to do that yesterday. My reputation for Lakshmi has gone up, and I belong to a faction, which is a future war cult faction, and my gear is all tied into the faction. You've seen that Sparrow and Eon chest piece Eon. The full body armor Eon is basically aligned to that faction, so that's future war cult. Okay. Bellicose shell yet again. I keep getting Bellicose all the time, and I think I probably will have to deal away with it. Too many Bellicose shells. Okay. No. Let's see something else. Okay. Few donations in there, so that's not bad. And now where is he now? I've gone the wrong way, I think. That's Lakshmi. Yeah. No, not really ever need to buy any of this. So that's all sorted, and what I can do is I can just proceed with our weekly story missions. Trash Panda's always there. I've seen Trash Panda so many times. Okay. So we'll look at our weekly activities. Story missions is the next step for us all. That's weekly story missions. Let me see. Done yesterday Prison of Elders, Challenge of Elders. We've done weekly Nightfall Strike. We've done Sivas, but we did not do any of these, and they should be hard. So what modifiers do we have? Airborne. Players deal more damage whilst in the air. Juggling ammunition drops for a quick weapon. I'm not bothered. I have my synths. Certainly, while heroic enemies are being greater numbers, are more aggressive. Well, sometimes they have really thick shields, and these are not popular. We'll see. Sivas yesterday were quite difficult. I've got to say, one that was the day before yesterday with Omnigol was very tricky.
6 of us went down into that pit. I was vain enough to believe we could defeat Crota, but the Hive caught his soul before we could destroy him, and then there was only death. We failed. You cannot destroy the soul of Crota. where we first saw Crota. Go, find it, and make it his grave.
So it's Crota that we are going to be tackling.
We hid in the old moon base up ahead, waiting for the right time to strike. We were brave, but we were not ready.
This is not very good. Go and hide in here for a minute and change. First of all, weapons. I need. No, actually, no. I said that I was going to try that Baron's Ambition, and then for Baron's Ambition, I'll pick up extra ammunition. Look at this, got so much of that. Alright. Just a moment, I've got some consumables to use, right? Okay, that one. That was another one, I probably used it yesterday. No, it's here. Kept forgetting to use 3 of coins yesterday. Ah, some materials. Helium coils, remember that. Another one. So, see how this would work. Let's try this. That's working good, but I'm not going to waste my ammunition on these ads. Keep it for later. Right? There might be some other encounters or other beasts coming in.
Few of us made it beyond the canyon. The rocks cracked apart, Hive waiting in ambush. It was worse for the ones who made it inside. Stay alive.
Need to see what soup I have there. There's a wizard in there. 2 in fact. Okay. Well, it is effective. Don't have to waste my ammunition. Oh. Solar resistant for some reason. Why? Another acolyte in there. Oh, come on. You got me. Should have known. Well, I got used to my sword, you know, so not having the sword on makes a huge difference to me. This rifle's very deadly, but it's just a bit slow. You know, many ads coming after you, then it's not ideal. We'll see. Ah. Oh, it's a knight from behind me. Spawn of Crota got me. Oh, that's no fun. No fun. Oh, nearly jumped into the abyss. Look at that. What am I doing? Yeah, we're getting extra ammunition for heavy. That's pretty good.
I know that sound. Hurry.
Come on. Super's charged. God, look at him. Chic. Oh no. From behind. Ah. That didn't work too well. No. Two of these Hollow Knights. Spawn of Crota, look at that. Right, I need to have some ammunition in there for them. Let's see. Okay, that was alright. Managed to get through. Nothing exceptional.
Crota, the ritual has begun.
Yeah, that was good. One got away. Two got away. So many of them, but at least 10. Look at that. Coming in such large numbers. Looks like this is the thing this week. Exploding Thralls. Got so many in that was in, what was it? Sea of Omnigul Strike. It was dreadful. That's gone now. Well, can't do anything about that. Exploding throats.
Find the Wakers. Stop them.
Oh, why is he standing there? Should be gone.
They're waking his soul.
Nil already. How can it be? It's nil. Well, that was fortunate. Completely out of ammunition, by the looks of it.
Crota! They're waking him!
there was this other... Oh, go away. I thought I eliminated 2 of them. There should be 3 or 4. Hard to remember, I guess. Okay, this instance will change the weapon. Or maybe not. Take some of these. Go away. Hidden Swarm. God, nearly got me. Oh, there's the last one left in there. Oh, come on.
The crystal. Destroy it.
No, 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 no. Oh, there's another wizard in there. Can you see the wizard? That's tragic. Right. I was not careful enough with these exploding throws. Actually, this week there are so many exploding throws. It's hard to tell where these throws will be coming from, right? So, for instance, not careful enough. Well, this is turning out to be rather tricky, but at the same time it's enjoyable, as it is tricky. haven't got many enough bullets for my heavy now. How many of them? I thought I killed all 4 of them. Anyway, I need to focus a bit more. This was too relaxing. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll give it a rest with Baron's Ambition. Put back our Dark Drinker. Some extra ammunition for Dark Drinker. That's not good enough. Ah, still a cooldown. Boo. So that's not going to work either. I'll just try doing something else. So what we'll do is we'll come here and do this. Why was he not tethered for longer? This didn't work either. So where's the last wizard? Don't see the last wizard. Oh, goat! How could I do that? Oh, this is infuriating. He's a silly troll that probably don't have enough. Yes, hello, hello, how are you doing? Yeah, 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 good, good, good. I'll invite you a bit later, because this one I'm doing solo at the moment, this one, which is a story mission. I'll bring you back a bit later, so we'll do some other missions like Sivas and that together, if that's alright with you. Yeah, a bit later I'll invite you. I can't invite you at the moment. Yeah, no, this one I'm doing alone, and then I'll bring you in a bit later. Okay, see you later. Yeah, see ya. Cool, no worries, yeah. Yeah, see you. Just for the benefit of viewers, these story missions I usually do by myself, and then when we have Sivas and Nightfall, so that we bring our community members, like our friend Plumber is going to be coming and joining us a bit later. So just I apologise, but I think our friend just walked in, as the game keeps switching it always to the open access. Though in fact we don't have open access. We have invitations and invitations only, so we'll do story missions together. I mean, I'll do story missions by myself, and then we'll bring in Plumber for other activities. Oh, I haven't got any more. Oh, no. I will get some on the synth, no problem. I just can't understand that's why I got killed there by that exploding thrall. Everything. It's just literally the time to eliminate the crystal, but it happens sometimes, you know, if one's not careful. Ah, look at this.
Destroy it.
Got to be careful with these exploding thralls because they keep sneaking from behind. It's very easy to get hit. One more rocket. Well, now it's just the rest of them.
Crota's soul is banished. You have given me the gift of vengeance. I thank you. And even if they don't yet know it, the city thanks you.
So as you could see, I completed this with some difficulty, and the reason as to why I was sort of lagging behind is I guess to do with lack of concentration. Also initially I used the wrong weapon. The best way to resolve the wizards is by the use of Gjallarhorn, and you need to use your synth to have a full load, and then one round will be basically one rocket per wizard, and for the rest you can use your scout rifle or fusion rifle like the one I've got, and your primary weapon. So did take a bit of time, but all good. But I'm just thinking, why is it not slotting in again? Because we really should be able to get another story mission in straight away. I don't know, it's weird. Should really be allowing us to come in. So airborne, juggler and heroic, so enemies will come in large numbers, no ammunition drops, and airborne is going to be with more damage value in the air. So let's see.
Guardian, I can't wait to work with you. Been a long time since I was in the field. Even if it's just on the comms. The wolves are led by Skolos, the last of their Kells. He wants control of another fallen house. The House of Winter. He'll kill their leaders and take command of their troops. With your help, we'll stop him cold.
Your ghost is feeding me telemetry. I see what he sees. Why not take one of those heavy pikes for a spin?
Just double checking my bounties.
Standard with mines. Not sure how to deploy them though.
Still a heavy pike.
Have control of the House of Winter's artillery. Take it out before they dig in. That's not gonna work. Oh, the other one got me. That's 3 of them in there to my right. It's the walker. It's the walker. I've gone the wrong way. Ah, come on. So far. Oh, the other one got me. Loads of enemies out there, as you could see. Loads of enemies out there. I'm just astonished that the walker's not gone. There was another rocket in there, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. So that walker's going to be gone. Let's angle. No, the other way. Because his legs need to be always hit. It's the legs that need to be destroyed first, and then anything else that remains. Oh, he's turning around all the time, isn't he? That's exactly where I am. Alright. Astonished that my Gjallarhorn is less effective than my Imago Loop. Who on earth would expect this, eh? Really odd. Well, this walker seems to be highly alert, and I need to be a bit faster than that, right? Let's try. No ammunition. I'm nil. Look at that. I'm nil on everything. Well, we'll remedy this with this. Okay. Let's load it up. Now this one will work, I think. Alright. It did work.
Last week I was delivering court messages. Today we're delivering explosions. I love field work. Get after them, Guardian.
Okay, so that's sorted, but I've got no primary ammunition, I don't think.
The House of Winter and Devils and Kings, they hate Skolas. They think he betrayed the Fallen at the Twilight Gap. Your ghost is detecting traces of a stasis field. Skolas was in a pod for years. It might be him.
Well, that worked. With some undue complications.
They should be fighting. If the House of Winter already kneels to Skolas.
Oh, there it is.
Barracks, get on the comms. What did he say?
Yes, yes. In your tongue, he said, the wolves stand strong, cower before the Kell of Kells.
Kell of Kells. Did he give himself a promotion?
A fallen legend. He sees himself as a prophet, perhaps. Or he has gone quite mad.
What? How was that possible? I didn't even see anything. Ah well, there's always a dreg somewhere. Invisible to the naked eye, whatever. I'm waiting for too long with this Imago loop. Oh, that was nice. It literally walked into my line of sight while the other guy. Oh, and it's this servitor as well. It's two servitors at once. Okay. Oh, look at this. Sniper shanks. Don't see anything down there. Hmm. Well, that's good. I've got plenty of ammunition, at least, compared to the last
Getting close. That cryo trace is
mission.
getting
I
stronger.
couldn't get anything towards the end. But you know, if you are doing these, you need to have lots of synths on you, because synths are going to give you
That's the kill. Take
always
it
a
down,
proper
Guardian.
reload. Where's he gone?
And he's gone. That skiff has already broken orbit. No problem, Guardian. We'll get him. There's still plenty of wolves in there. Best clear them out. Impressive weaponry. Varix, what is that thing?
Scorch cannon. Powerful and very rare indeed.
Plenty of captains in there. Any more anywhere is the question. Oh, come on. Ether seeds. Oh, gone the other way. What? Oh, he didn't get killed. Why? Well, that didn't work. That was just completely wrong, miscued and misplanned. But I'm just a bit frustrated because I think that in this one we shouldn't have had that many enemies so strong. But then again, maybe it's the mods. I don't know. Hard to tell. Now he's going to be running. If he's running, then it's more difficult to hit.
Impressive weaponry. Varix, what is that thing?
Scorch cannon. Powerful and very rare indeed.
Oh well. This is somewhat challenging. God, he's taking a little damage.
Impressive weaponry. Varix, what is that thing?
Scorch cannon. Powerful and very rare indeed.
Oh, come on. I don't know what's going on. Why is this mission not ending?
Impressive weaponry. Varix, what is that thing?
Scorch cannon. Powerful and very rare indeed.
This is like never ending for some reason, I don't know why. I don't get it. Enough. I'm afraid that's not performing. There's a problem in there. The mission should be ending, so I'm not sure as to why we are being slotted in again and again. I'm afraid. Our friend Plumber wanted to come in, so we'll see whether he wants to join us. There he is. He is indeed waiting, probably. We'll bring him in, and then we'll go for invite us. Sending a party to our friend Plumber. So let's see, and we just wait for him to join us. That's glitched. Just keeps giving us all the waves of enemies, and we should have been able to end the mission at some point. So I'm not sure exactly what's causing it, but or maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe there is a reason as to why it is. Hello there, can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear our friend. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Just double check your mic. But I switched on. So for the benefit of our viewers, what we are doing today is we are just literally polishing off anything that is kind of weekly activities related, and that is basic.
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah. I couldn't hear you before. Yeah, hello, how are you doing?
Okay. I'm doing, if you want to join, I'm doing the slices. Now I'm in the perfect
Sepix Prime.
Yes, the Devil's Left.
Okay.
You want to join?
Well, you probably are. You're full, aren't you? You have people there with you, or not?
No, I'm alone. No, I'm alone.
Oh, you're by yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll join you.
You know, this is matchmaking, but if you don't find if the system don't find players, you know, if
Yeah.
don't find players, it started.
I've got I'm joining your fire team now, so that's fine. And then, as we are live on air, I'm streaming live on Twitch. Once we complete this strike,
You know,
then you'll bring me back. You will bring.
Don't have any problem.
No, what I'm trying to say is that once we complete the strike, then you will promote me into the fire team leader, because as a streamer, you know, I have the overall kind of vision of what we are going to be doing. But just basically, the idea today was weekly story missions. You know, weekly story missions to be polished off. And I've got to tell you that these story missions this week.
You have the idea to make a nightfall like that. You talk another day. No, yesterday, I think it was yesterday.
2 days ago we were doing nightfall. Yeah, 2 days ago.
Yeah, I remember that. You called me and your friend.
But I can tell you that yesterday, with another team, I've gone in, and the nightfall strike was not as difficult. It was easier. It was easier with the the Warsat. They've done something to enemies, and then we managed to complete the strike within 15 minutes or so. 1-5.
Wow,
and I said to my friends there, it was just so easy. Well, not so easy, but a lot easier than the day before, because we struggled, and we all, like veterans, we knew what we were doing. I think what wasn't really that powerful yesterday in the nightfall we did was the snipers, the absence of snipers. You know, they weren't there, and the snipers were killing us. They were the ones which caused us the biggest problems. It was one shot, one kill with sleeper simulant.
Yeah.
So So it was weird. And today's a very quiet day. I've had only one community member coming in, and she's busy with other things. So just she said hello, but otherwise all of our regulars were not here today for whatever reason, which is surprising or unusual, as usually gets busy in the week. And we'll see if anybody pops in. I still have about an hour and 15 minutes left until about 8 o'clock, 8:15 or so.
Let's go.
Yeah, so we can
have fun.
Oh, there's Gooseman in here as well. He's come in.
Yeah. I can see you.
Okay. Alright, let's just crack on.
Be careful, this is not easy. You know it.
Oh, you already resolved the other ads earlier, okay. Subix.
Guardian, I've got reports of hive activity near the Devil's Lair. You seeing anything?
Yeah, we've definitely got hive. And apparently they hold a grudge because they're mad. And I think they're letting the Fallen know it.
Oh,
Mind the ogre.
Not the ship again.
Yeah, it's the ogre.
No, it was the ship. It's the ship. I forget. Anytime I come here, I forget the ship.
Oh.
I always forget the ship.
Well, I'll do the ogre first. I've got my suit on, so... Where is the ogre then? Oh no.
Careful.
No, I just miscued. My fault. Some grenades. Use them on those.
Oh, I gotta get.
That's fine. I'll bring you back straight away.
Oh. I hate.
Oh, look at him. Out of ammunition. Why? Oh, need to pick up my synth. A bit better. Feel a lot better with the
Why would the splicers rebuild Sepix? They already
extra
have
ammunition.
I can make a guess. Maybe an offer to the other devils. A show of power. You know, in Siva we trust, and in Siva all things are possible. Get in there, and show them that their god is nothing but metal and tech.
Metal and tech.
Sepix perfect.
That's right.
All his glory.
There we are, look at that. There's one left at the top. Oh, several actually. Ah, didn't last long. That super just made it, didn't it? Is this a Siva strike? Or not?
Yeah.
Oh, it is, yeah.
I'm upstairs, Robert, because you always forget his enemies. These guys gonna kill you. Very much that. Oh, I just
Well, that Sepix is clever.
Ah, come on.
Oh, ship's there. Ah, that got away. We need that Scorch cannon. Oh, just a bit more. How many shanks didn't wanna blow up? Very close range. Ah, miscued.
No.
Yeah, he's gonna be gone. Gone. That's it. He is gone.
Sepix was the Splicer's next big play. Present a god for all to worship.
Skeleton key. Sepix deploys bond. Alright, don't think I've ever picked this up. So that's new for me.
Is a good thing. And Guardian,
I don't know.
you make one hell of a wrench.
Ah,
It's gone probably to my postmaster.
I have a slicer. A skeleton key, I don't remember.
Oh, there it is. But that's for
Okay.
Warlock.
Now I'm going to go to the. I don't know if you wanna come with me.
Yeah.
I have to go to the temple. I don't know if you want. To
Yeah,
go
yeah,
with
yeah.
me.
Yeah, yeah. Take us to the temple. Yeah, fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go there. Whilst you're doing so, the admin, I need to write a message in here which is telling people that we are raising funds for Mind charity, so just bear with me. You can take us there, so no worries.
Okay. In here, it's the 4th of July.
Oh, really?
Don't you hear the fireworks?
Yeah, where about are you?
No, it's how do you know? It's not a party. It's a roamery. I don't know the real term. It's a party, a big party in our city. Bolongo, Porto. I don't know if you.
Portugal, yeah.
Portugal, Porto. It's not.
Yeah. I know it, yeah.
Yeah, it's that. And we have some parties in here. In these months, July, August, it's always parties, bro. Okay. Another skeleton. Oh. Let me see where I went in there. No.
Just want to remind our viewers that we are running a charitable campaign for Mind Charity in Britain, and anyone who is interested, you can just simply click on the link which has been pinned to the top of the chat, and you can get all the information on the charity, on my stream, on Tiltify, the platform that's making it possible. And if you want to get involved, you want to retweet or perhaps simply donate, just click on the link, you'll get all the information. So the link is right at the top of the chat. This stream, just like any other stream at the moment, for the next 6 months until the end of this year, are supporting a charity which is called Mind, and Mind is supporting people who are experiencing mental health problems, so emotional difficulties, They run their services from our local communities. They have offices, and they are being run by professionals and volunteers, and you can receive individual group counseling or any other advice if needed on any practical or any other level. So if you are in the need, make sure you contact Mind and you make appointments there, and make sure you're seen and assessed by one of their staff. And if you want to be a donor and a contributor, just remember, by contributing you are also saving people's lives, because this charity is helping people to rebuild their lives after they've been hit by serious illness, and any form of contribution, be it financial or otherwise, will be greatly appreciated. So just please keep it in mind, and all the information is available there on the link. The link is pasted right at the top of the chat, so it's pinned to the chat, and you'll be able to see it at the time when you enter our tweet. Oh, there's the wolf now, look at that. That's pretty good. See what Tyra has got for us, if anything. Maybe some exotic item. Down and Doubt are picked up. Okay, so that's not that great. I'm always hoping when I get legendary engrams that there may be an exotic in there. It happens like once in a few hundred of these, which means very rarely. And Down and Doubt I think I have in my vault, but I'll double check. Don't have to do anything at the moment. It's funny, in Destiny 1 there are always, well, I guess in Destiny 2 as well, once you get your perfect armor and your favorite weapons, you just keep using these at all times. You don't really go for anything else. And I mean, I try sometimes other weapons, but you know, it's just a lot of complaints on Reddit and other platforms about Destiny in general with the loot, because, you know, on one hand we are getting huge amount of loot, all kinds of items, particularly in Destiny 2, and the vast majority of it is not particularly useful, because if you level up your armor, let's say the Solstice armor, and you brought it to 100 resilience and 75 mobility, and then any other, you know, about 70-80, it's very good armor, and what will you do with the rest? You can't trade it. You see, that's something that's missing. You know, like in Elder Scrolls, you can trade your stuff. You can buy it and sell it and bring something else in. And also I think that in Destiny, what would be very good would be kind of invention of a Battle Royale game similar to Apex. So you would have characters like Zavala and Ikora and Eris, and you can choose the character, otherwise an NPC, non-playable character, and you can play them in the game with special abilities. You know, like Apex. But that would be very popular.
Okay.
That would be very popular, and I've talked about it for quite some time. And PvP, like the Crucible, is not very good. And that sort of map, a bigger map.
Sorry, I like more the Trials of Osiris.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I think so. It's my opinion.
No, it is. I mean, obviously, it was the most popular activity.
I think because including the rewards are amazing. The rewards,
yeah.
You have armors. You have guns. Spectacular. No, it's incredible.
Yeah, but don't forget, when this game was launched, well, within its sort of lifespan of a few years, Trials of Osiris. No, Trials of Osiris were very popular. It was the most popular activity.
In the beginning, the races, the sparrow races. Oh, it was so cool. In a while, there are some weeks you have in the Osiris the sparrow races. It's one or two, but it's very cool. I love that.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh yeah, and the rewards are too good. I don't know if that maybe next week. This week, no.
Yeah, they keep bringing it in the sequel, and anytime it comes in, you can see entry.
The software in Destiny 1, it's practically equivalent or equal to PlayStation 4 and 5.
Yeah. 5. Yeah.
Practically. The only thing is the graphics. The graphics are a little bit better. But it's still very good. It's still very good. And the rewards are too good. I love that. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah,
And the but this is a part of the software of the game.
Mm.
In the rest, the history, play, etc. It's the same thing. Well,
Yeah.
well. What I mean now to do.
Well, let's say we can do weekly story missions, or we can do Sivas. What do you prefer?
I have to go to what? I have to go to Plague Land with my Orlok. I have to go. Yeah, specifically, it's the Plague Land. It's go to make it yeah, Plague Land. Show of strength. It's like I have to make some arson ports. If there is a bones, it's the same thing. Do you wanna come?
Yeah, whatever you want to do, no problem. Yeah,
Okay.
because I thought we could do some of the weeklies, but it doesn't matter. Whatever you need to do.
Okay. But if you want to do something, you tell me. I join with you. I give you the leaderance and you.
No. The way it works here on the channel is we are like a community-based channel, so people come in as they have different tasks, and we do them together for the tasks to be completed. And the weeklies, we can always do that at any time, so it's no big deal really, because the weekly is rotating for 7 days, and I got to tell you that the weekly missions today are quite difficult. I played one of them, which is the House of Wolves, after the one you tried to join me, and it just kept coming. The enemies just kept coming and coming. It was never ending. It was like one wave of the enemies after another continuously. And I eliminated everyone, and then they just kept coming. So I don't know whether I'm doing something wrong or whether.
No, in the House of Wolves.
Yeah.
But House of Wolves.
It's one of those when you are at the bottom of the, you got like
What was do you remember the name of the mission?
It's with Sepix.
This is what in the planet.
No, hang on a minute. It's not actually Sepix. Skolas.
I thought. Well. It's in a reef. No reef. It's not Prison of Elders. Also Wolves.
No. I don't think it was at the reef.
No. You have. I think the House of Wolves. You have the Prison of Elders, but you have the Broken Legion, Urok's Brood, and the Scholar's Revenge. Is that?
I think it's Scholar's Revenge. Let me just have a look. I'll have a look.
Look in the map.
Yeah.
Because Scholar's Revenge, you need to play with 3 players. It's hard, but 1 player is very difficult. You need always 3 players to play that.
Not sure. We can try it afterwards.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible. You can make it, but it's very difficult.
No, I've done it many times. I've done it many times before, but today it just seemed like it seemed never ending for some reason. Don't know why. You know what I mean? It just seemed never ending. It just kept coming waves and waves. So I thought I couldn't remember whether I've missed out on something. Or... Anyway, you crack on with the activity. What is that you need to do next? We do this.
Well, I'm going now. I'm going now to make some patrols in the Plague Lands. I don't know if you want it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Because I think I have some of that on my character as well.
I have to make some patrols, etc., etc.
Yeah, I have actually. I've got the corrupted land.
I'm 399 to win the only thing I don't have in 400.
Well, Plague Land, that's the one which is very grindy. It takes forever.
Yeah, it's to explore. It's incredible. You can go to the. You can go with friends or a lot.
Yeah, it's the best way to do it with others because obviously it's lengthy, so do bit by bit you complete it quick.
I think in Destiny 1 with this DLC is was longer of the story of Destiny 1.
Shiro's tracking multiple reports of increased hostile activity throughout the Plaguelands. Let's check it out.
Check it out.
Alright, you pick up any
First one. That's good.
Enemy crews are making moves to fortify their hold on the Plaguelands. Hit them hard before they can dig in.
Brood Mother. Okay.
Another slicer.
No, they'll just keep respawning.
Be careful.
Have you played Destiny from day one? Destiny 1?
I played that since 2014.
Oh yeah.
It appeared.
2014.
Since it was, since it was a demo.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 2013 it came out, and then you joined a year later.
In that time, it was the beginning in Bungie. Oh, it was very different, but it was always cool.
Well, they changed it with the Taken King. That expansion changed the concept, you know. I guess the same thing happened with the sequel. You know, we've had, well, what was it? Forsaken changed it, and then the Witch Queen. So creating different sort of content, and it'll be interesting to see what they'll do next after the showcase event on the 22nd, because there's a lot of talk about the future and what will happen, and I'm positive and you know, enthusiastic. I think there will be definitely something for us to do, and they'll take a new direction.
I'm waiting in Destiny 2, they're not in Destiny 1, don't have seasons, but in Destiny 2 I'm waiting for the new one.
Yeah.
And let's see what the guys.
Well, I mean, generally there've been complaints about the seasons, but I quite liked recent seasons. It was, you know, very well blending in with the story. There's more of a storytelling content, and it's good. It's just not the, you know, people would want every season to be like a new game, and that's not possible. It is limited to what people can do. So, you know, they expanded. I think generally, in my experience, the seasons they launched initially, year 2 seasons, that's season 1, 2, and 3. These seasons were the busiest of all. There were too many things to do, and I was astonished by the sheer quantity of tasks, loot, and everything else. And then all the other seasons were not as voluminous, you know, as massive with everything, all the tasks, but they had a different sort of content. The only thing I didn't like recently, and I think it's a serious problem, they need to really change that. They were introducing Battlegrounds into the strikes list, and Battlegrounds is not a strike, it's just a completely different type of activity. So, you know, I think not really particularly good for me. Because the Escalation Protocol, Altars of Sorrows, and Battlegrounds, they are a different sort of activity. They're not really story driven.
I remember. I don't know if you remember, but not in that season. The other season, with the Clovis. I love it. I buy it. I buy it. And in the end, it was spectacular. I do everything.
Yeah.
In the season of the plunder.
Yeah, same here. It was very good. Yeah, I thought. Yeah.
It was spectacular.
Yeah.
But this season of the fall. No.
What Season
I
of Splicer?
think
Season of the Deep? Which one?
Yeah. No, the Splicer was awesome, but that of course now where it's the season
Of the Deep.
that is exactly of the Deep. It's not so good for me personally. For me, it's not so good. But
What don't you like? I'm curious. What is that you don't like?
I think the it's too much powers. You have the void, you have the arc, you have the solar, another power. Oh shit!
Becomes too easy sometimes. Yeah.
Now it's the green one.
Strand.
The Strand. Oh my god! It's too much powers. Oh. But I know I play it and I like it, but not like the others. I don't.
Yeah, but you know they said that from next season they will be changing the power levels, so they've been.
See what the guys.
Yeah, but you know they said that they will not be leveling up. They said the power levels, so people have to grind. But they said this before and they changed it. You know, it's just a trial and error. The biggest problem they have at the moment is the new players are complaining that the game feels unfinished or fractured, and once they come in, they don't have proper story missions, only Shohan and a bit of Cosmodrome, and then they find themselves in, a kind of a huge amount of tasks and activities which they're not familiar with, that they're not sure what they need to be doing. So that's been a big complaint, and I think I agree with this. That's the consequence of vaulting, the fact they were deleting or vaulting content, the content which is not accessible, because with, for instance, Red War missions and Forsaken, you would have some degree of storytelling. And also they're lagging on Destiny 1 missions, right? Because they said they will be importing the content, so this will be like one big Destiny universe, and that's not happened. That's they began a couple of years ago and they stopped. I mean, obviously we're getting another raid. Crota will come into Destiny with the next season, so that will be after the showcase. So 3 raids will be there, right? Crota, and the only one that's not there is presently, well, I won't be there at the moment, is Wrath of the Machine.
In that time the people, the guys, all I want is Galahad.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, to at the end of the day, if you think of Sleeper Simulant, Galahorn, Dark Drinker, these are like really, really powerful weapons. They changed completely the nature of the gameplay. So I know, for instance, when I got these weapons, everything seemed, I wouldn't say easy, but it was easier compared to having all the other bits and pieces which were nowhere near it. And I don't know, it's difficult to say, because the game's been produced, this one, 10 years ago, and you wonder if somebody did something like this today, whether it would have that degree of popularity, because things change in 10 years, people play different types of games, and I personally think that Destiny will have to be working on story-driven content, so it falls in line with the games like Mass Effect or Oblivion or Starfield that's coming out, the games that will be played continuously for the story, and people will talk about the story and connect with characters. And I still think this is absent in Destiny. Destiny has got a bit of story, but the trouble in here is you don't really feel much for the characters. Like in some games you want to scream at the TV saying, don't go there, because there's the danger. So in Destiny, because this literally grew out of Halo, and Halo was primarily an FPS first-person shooter, they thought that this structure, basically non-linear structure, can come in and at a time, will be something completely new and different, which indeed it was. And I think things have changed somewhat since. As I gave you an example. At the moment, you might have heard me actually talk about this on my broadcast. I've subscribed. I've subscribed to Ubisoft Plus this month, and it's their streaming platform of Ubisoft. They're offering, well, they were offering it yesterday for $1 or €1, £1 for the first month. So I wanted to try some of the games because Ubisoft kept the best games, AAA blockbusters, on their streaming platform. So the games like Valhalla, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and Far Cry 6, right, are the games I really wanted to play. I mean, Far Cry 6 I've played already quite a bit, and Valhalla I hadn't. Anyway, cut the story short, I'm playing Valhalla at the moment. Valhalla is a true masterpiece. It's like incredible. When you play that game, you learn about history of England. You learn about the history of Norway and Sweden. You play a very enjoyable game which is story driven. You have so many side quests. Constantly you keep getting side quests, but at all times you know exactly what's happening story wise. You know exactly who the people are, what's going on, where you're at, and they have the concept of Destiny with non-linear. You can do all side quests. You can switch around, go do different things, but the main story keeps you in suspense. You really follow these characters, and you really feel for the characters. So that's the new standards for the industry. If you make a game like that, in The Last of Us 2, the game is extremely brutal, unnecessarily, I think. But the characters and the story is beautifully written and told. You really feel for the characters. You're afraid that something's going to happen to them when you play it. So these are the things Bungie will have to consider for the next stage of Destiny. You know what I mean? Because that's the way it works today, and people will purchase these games. I'll give an example. Baldur's Gate 3, the game that came out last week. So it's the third installment in a series. The first two games, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, they've been incredibly popular as PC games many years back, and they had also remastered editions, enhanced editions, or whatever. So it's a huge anticipation. Baldur's Gate, together with Elder Scrolls, is one of the most popular, the longest standing RPGs in history of video games. This game that came out last week, the third installment, I mean, I've not played it, I've not even watched anything of it, but what I've heard and what's being said is incredible. Almost 1 million players are playing it consecutively at every minute of the day. Just try to think, almost 1 million people doing it at any minute of the day. It's a fantastic achievement. Never ever did you have a game of that magnitude with so many participants. And then what's interesting is they did throw in things which make it a bit adult. So you have women that looked a bit exposed. You have, like body is exacerbated in the game, together with the story, which is blending in with the characters and the history of the game, and it's hugely popular. When you get a game like this coming out, and there is such interest for it, and there's such popularity, they just change the standards.
Okay.
You know what I mean? The standards change, and everyone else needs to then think, this is selling, this is incredible, we need to do something similar. I'm surprised, I have got to say, I'm really surprised that Bungie had not tried doing Battle Royale. Battle Royale came out of nowhere about 6-7 years ago, became the most popular PvP trend, and it still is very popular, not maybe as much as it was 6 years ago. But the idea was 3 characters or 4 characters, special abilities, fighting for survival, a big map, like in Warzone or Call of Duty, or like Apex, like PUBG. And it is a simple concept, but you can make it very interesting with different characters. And just think, all the special abilities and supers that these people can have in Destiny, just incredible. And think a team like Drifter, Ares, and Zavala, right? One team, and then the other team you will have Cade, you will have Amanda, Saint. And you get these teams, and each character will have special abilities, so you can really strategize. It's a big map, and that's what people would love doing. And the Crucible is just bang bang, dead, get up, res, bang bang, dead, res. There's no. I said it many times on a broadcast. What really upsets me with the Crucible is, first of all, on social networking, they boast about the skills. I'm so good at the Crucible. Well, the fact is, you need to have the latest equipment and the fastest internet speed. That's number one. If you've got that, you're superior to everyone else. Number two,
how quickly are you connecting with your equipment to the server, which is connecting to Bungie? If there's a lag, if it's slow ping, if it's like really latency, and you can't compete. There's no skill. It's all about the speed because they see you before you see them. The hits register, yours don't, etc., etc. So it's it's got this sort of technical myriad of troubles that most people don't even consider. And maps are just tiny. They're really small, and this you can't strategize. And even like Rogue Company, another battle royale game, are small maps.
Yeah, I know.
Small maps, but you can strategize it. In Crucible, you can't. And they've done it like this with one clear reason in mind. It becomes extremely addictive for people who just want to chasing scores, thinking they're going to get better. Do you know what I mean? That's the sole reason for it. And there's a whole community of people who just hammer the Crucible PvP. They don't do anything else. I mean, it's not for me really. I think it's just the weakest part of the game, really, with everything else on offer.
And to me too. I don't like it. Crucible is very rare.
For you to go in. What you mean? You don't play it frequently, or didn't understand?
No. I don't. In Crucible, I think if I play 1 hour, it was the best time.
Yeah.
Because it's repetitively. One thing, you stop, you see your foot variation, and then start again. You wanna see. It's the same map.
It's all the same.
Only thing changes the people, the teams, the rest. It's always the same.
Always the same. And also, technically, it doesn't really work. I had recently, part of Solstice, I had to do some matches, and I've gone in and I play like 2 or 3 matches, and I get I don't know, 15 to 19, 20 kills. There's reshuffle, and after the reshuffle I get 3 kills and I get killed 50 times. It just tells you that technically the guys that come in, they're on much faster speeds, and they're being selected due to that, so their team comes in and they have fantastic speed, like 1000 upload, and they obliterate everyone. I was in a match and they reached 150 and we were like 22. So and that tells you that Bungie, despite of what they say, they're not spending enough time on skills tree or matchmaking or anything of that sort. It's just simply doing it on as cheap as possible in order to get as many people as possible, because what we are doing at the moment, PvE, is very costly, so that's the idea. You got one part which is addictive and cheap, and people come in and they keep throwing in Crucible all the time for any event, like Solstice or the Christmas events or Guardian Games. There's plenty of it. Iron Banner. You always have to be coming back to it, and it costs them the least. So, but on the other hand, I really like what Bungie are doing, so don't get me wrong, I'm not really anti Bungie or anything like this. I support their charitable foundation. We raise money for the projects that they do, which are fantastic for children, and they're really they're running a project which is really hugely experimental, and they're setting up also new standards and creating new boundaries for the gaming industry. There isn't any other game like Destiny in terms of the volume and all the things that people can be doing, but I think they need to be paying a bit more attention to what the community members are saying, because at the end of the day it's all about the gamers, it's all about the community. And they had a very, very good community manager. He was very popular since the Halo times, and he went last year, and ever since he was gone, you don't have any more the same comms, or there isn't the same bond which was present in the past, and lots of people complained about that. Well, they've grown, that's the thing. When you have a developer that is growing,
they will always be very careful and paying attention to every single detail because they want to be at the top, they want to be the best. But then once you come to the top, it's a different ball game. You remember what Obama said, the former president. He said, well, it's all well and fine talking and campaigning, but the real business starts when you're in the chair. And then there's different rules. It's like the way you do it is just completely different. And that's exactly how it is. Bungie are one of the biggest, the most powerful companies today, together with Bethesda and Naughty Dog, and they're not on the level like Microsoft Studios, but still, they created two of probably most significant sci-fi shooters in history. That's Halo and Destiny. Very similar, in fact, in some ways, with Destiny being more versatile with what we can do in the game at the moment, and people need to appreciate that. What I don't like is they've gone down the route of aggressively monetizing. You need to buy things in order to access dungeons and dungeon keys, and then you need to buy like different packs. The 30-year anniversary pack, and
you have absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's so much.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if we purchase the content, and there's been a big debate about this already for some time, we should be given the full content. Obviously, the packs, the cosmetics, the different types of skins, different ornaments, ghosts, whatever, that could be left as optional. So if you want to buy it, please do. But don't push me to buy it because I need it in order to complete something in the game. You see what I mean? Already paid for the content. That's the biggest trouble that I have with it, as they changed drastically compared to the past. They didn't have this before. In the past you had all the content included. And I've got to say, they really ate their words. They did say, I watched the showcase event every year, they did say, we will never offer something that is absolutely necessary for you to progress in the game. Well, dungeons perhaps are not necessary. You can not do them, right? And they're not integrated with the regular Solstice or anything else. But still, it does feel sour, because it is sort of activity that you want to be doing, and you want to have everything included. In the past, they said, well, every time you purchase a season, there will be a new dungeon. In this instance, you purchase a season, there is a dungeon, but you still have to pay for it extra.
And the keys, and incredible.
Yeah.
Too many things, and spend money, and the prices are absurd.
Yeah, they've gone up. That's right. Well, the prices have gone up because last season was, what, 33% more expensive than the last one. So.
I think they're pushing too much.
Well, at the end of the day, if they're not careful.
They are guys that spend thousands in dollars or euros. So.
No, I just think that if they're not careful, it's going to blow up in the face. It will do. You get games like Overwatch that were previously sold, and they've gone free. PUBG was previously sold, they've gone free. And they've realized that giving it for free, obviously these games are not as big as Destiny, let's not get it wrong, they're completely different, and they're basically PvP, smaller maps, a bit like what they're creating now with Marathon. Marathon's going to be very much like Overwatch. But at the end of the day, they realized with a game offered for free, they made like between $1 and $3 billion in a year by the sales of cosmetics alone. They could never do that with the actual game sales. So they realized this is a better economic model. And I'm not saying Destiny should be for free. I think it would be preposterous and crazy considering how expensive the game is. But they shouldn't be monetizing every single bit. Like Eververse was previously nothing, and today it's all about Eververse. Go to Eververse, buy this and that. It's just really weird. I don't agree with that. I think it's not fair on the gamer, the investor, because as a gamer who's purchasing the content, you're basically the patron. And if you look at Destiny 2, for instance, we all spent more than £1,000 on the game, right? With all the expansions and everything else. So it's a sizable investment. If you got well, $250,000 players, everyone spent £1,000. How many? That's $1 billion, isn't it? Or 2.5 billion altogether. So you know, it's unfair on the investor. And I think that will backfire.
You're right, bro. You're right.
That will backfire. Oh, did I get that thingy? Yeah.
Go.
Running away from me. Look at that brood mother. Not for too far.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see whether I completed any of these patrols.
Now you remember one game. Come over here.
That's right.
Scorpion wins. Totality.
Yep. That is it.
Come over here.
So, where is that target that needs to be killed? Let's see. Up there, is it?
This target, but I see the announcement of the Warsaw, and you know Warsaw.
Yeah.
You win good regard. And I make.
I don't see whether.
I'm going to the target now. If you want to stay here, I come here.
Yeah, where do you want to go?
Yeah, I'm going to take the high target. You stay here, I'm coming back.
No. I'll go for the target. Yeah, see where the target is.
Okay, it's the hive target, the factory. I think it's factory. I just arrived in the target.
Yeah, I'm on your tail. I'll be there in a second.
Gonna kill this side.
Oh yeah, there's the target. One of those wizards. Yeah, you got the target.
Boy, it is the most powerful, I think.
Well, your warlock's growing, definitely.
Lives are tough. That is tough. Okay. Now what? Oh.
Go look at that TV. Did you see that? It's that TV here. That TV's working. Like a monitor. It's got some weird sign on it. Really funny.
Okay, do we want to come make some Arthur swords?
No, I'm easy. You just take us where you need to go. It's all good.
Okay, let's go. Gonna make some Arthur swords now.
Because I like doing a variety, you know, and if we don't have people doing different kinds of things, then we get stuck with the weekly tasks. And there are lots of different ones. Then they're never boring or uninteresting, but still, I quite like doing the variety and then reminding myself of different activities.
Yeah,
and,
because it's the game is not so boring.
Yeah.
Well, when you do the same thing 10 times, like for example, the strikes, you have 5 or 6 different, and then you repeat.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's boring. Again. And again, and again.
Well, yeah, I think the difference, if you do them just manually, if you're accessing strikes like literally through the map, then that's right. But if you're doing them on the weekly basis, the weekly strikes have different modifiers, so the modifiers will make it, I guess, different or difficult. But still, it's the same content. The content is the same. That's the that's what may be sometimes a bit tedious. Ah well, everyone's gone even before I managed to launch my tether. Pick that fused SIVA offering. What can I do with that?
Yeah, it's cool. We are near that. That's cool.
What's up here? It's something to collect, no?
No, I think it's a relic. I don't think it's a relic or the box.
Yeah, there is a relic.
I think.
Yeah, I got it. What can I do with it? Just...
Oh, there's another guy. I don't know if he's... Okay, let's go.
It's flammable, so that's good.
Let's go to the... I think there are guys in here. Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Captain, come on! Are you out here?
Yeah, I'm coming. Ah, fell into the thingy.
No, it's captains.
Ah, it was the relic that was preventing it from coming in. It can't come in. Oh, right.
I cannot do it.
No, I'm coming, so that's okay. Yeah.
I'm talking with my mother because we need something. And tomorrow I'm going to try that.
We're almost through this. Keep fighting.
Oh, this is cool. Very much beautiful.
Well,
That's
There you
good.
go.
Completed already.
Goodbye.
Here's the mantle.
he sounds mad.
over Dollyware. Oh.
This keep is a massive ritual site. They won't be happy we're here.
Yeah.
Well, these squads are cleared rather fast.
Hostile reinforcements inbound. Fallen are trying to tempt us. You can end this. Keep pushing.
There you come.
All right, hit him hard. They are dead. You are not.
Well, I've not seen any of it.
Okay. I'm gonna put one. Ah.
I don't think they're happy to see us.
Come on. One more. One more. Beautiful.
Hope you're ready for a fight.
That's trouble. Of course. The Blade Runner.
Oh, there we go. Few of these.
This trial by fire is not over yet. Heads up, the Fallen are up to something. You can end this. Keep pushing. They are dead. You are not.
Oh.
Guardian down.
Good. I stayed inside. I'm gonna put it on now.
Who knew? The splicers don't like you.
The splicers don't like you. Of course.
This is the splicer's most hallowed ground. Maybe they shouldn't have left the door open. reinforcements inbound. Heads up, the Fallen are up to something. We're almost through this. Keep fighting. We survived.
All right.
We always survive.
I don't have.
And that's it. Yeah?
Offer. No, I don't have more offer. for
No, I
now.
don't have anything on me. But I tell you what, I'm coming to the end of my stream now, so I'll thank you for coming and thank you for joining our community and doing it live online. That's been great.
You know,
And we'll catch up again on another day, and I'll invite you, and if you see me live and see me on Twitch, then just ping us a message and we'll bring you in, and we'll have our friends Gale and Zenith and Sekapupu and everyone else, and you know, we'll do some activities together.
okay, Mila, it's always a pleasure.
Likewise, sir. Very good to see you, and thank you for joining us. Much appreciated.
Okay,
And then I see you next time, sir. All the best.
over there.
Well, my friends, hope you enjoyed the activities. Our friend from Porto in Portugal, Plumber, had joined us, and we had quite a lot of fun doing this major event that I've not done for quite a few years, and it's been definitely very good to reacquaint and to remind myself really of the activity that is always there for people to tackle, to enjoy, to engage with. And Destiny 1 still, unlike the sequel with so many different activities, does have some true delights and treasures which can always be revisited. And as you've seen, what I really like doing is simply doing it together with our community members who are still grinding or doing some tasks which are being still left in the inventory, and we are being reminded of all of our activities that were completed many years back. Like Shaba, our community member, says, it's like walking down the memory lane, and that's exactly how it feels sometimes. Destiny community is as active and as vibrant as always, and we always like to get together, remind ourselves of our various tasks, quests, and activities that were completed a little while back. Our friend Plumber had already completed the tasks for his Guardian several times, but like many other people, he sometimes deletes one of them in order to re-engage with the full game, and then he just grinds in order to get further loot, and just literally to come back to the same world and do it all over again and again. As it is a big game, you can always get reminded of certain tasks, and you walk down that memory lane, so hopefully you did exactly the same. Early on, I've gone through some story missions, and I've got to say they were quite difficult today, probably best done in a team of 3. And one I had completed with, I guess, some hiccups, but the other one just kept bringing more and more enemies, and I couldn't work out whether it was a glitch or simply I had done something wrong, and therefore the enemies were never ending. Hard to tell. If you know the solution, just ping me a message either here or on my other social networking platforms, and I'd be glad to receive the remedy.
and we'll be revisiting those activities in any case within the next few days, as we are going to be streaming and grinding those weekly tasks as always. So remember, we are supporting Mind. If you want to be involved, if you want to contribute in any other way, or if you decide to donate, just click on a link which is pinned to the top of the chat, and you'll get all the information on the charity and myself as a streamer, and also on Tiltify that's making it possible. But in addition to that, on that link you can watch our stream every single day, so it's definitely worth keeping it in order to watch the stream. Most people watch my stream on their phones, mobile phones, and if you are watching it through that link, it is not going to be that taxing on your bandwidth. You'll be saving on your internet allowance in case you're traveling and using a non-Wi-Fi connection, which is obviously 5G or 4G. So remember that it's useful just to keep it. There's no obligation. You don't have to be donating or doing anything, but the link will give you the access to the stream, and you'll be able to enjoy it with as little space used on your allowance, and therefore I'm sure you would be truly delighted. So we've come to the end. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you liked some of our thoughts, discussions and ideas. Hope you enjoy our community as much as always. I'll just say I wish you all a very good night. I'll be off swimming very shortly. We'll get ready, and this is why I do 5 times a week, Monday to Friday, if I'm here. If I'm in London, then obviously it's somewhat a different arrangement. The swimming will be conducted early in the day. Hope you enjoyed all that we've presented today on the broadcast. Hope you are going to be joining us again. I wish you a very, very good evening. Hope you're playing some interesting games in addition to this one. Maybe you're trying Ubisoft Plus, or maybe you are going to be grinding Assassin's Creed from today until Monday, as it's offered 5 games from the series offered free of charge by Ubisoft, accessible on any platform. You know, to draw your attention to the games. You can also purchase them on a greatly reduced price. So anyway, ping us a message, tell us what you're doing, and all of us will be delighted to hear from you. So thank you for watching, thank you for being our valued community members, thank you for supporting our charitable campaign. Just remember, you can always do that. You don't have to watch the stream. You can access the links through my About page here on Twitch or any other social networking platform, that is Instagram and Twitter mainly, and then you can simply contribute, and I will be very grateful, as well as everyone who's using those services, particularly people who are experiencing difficulties with their mental health. So thank you for that. I wish you all a very good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.